It is time to make the sound to summon the stream. Oh, whoa, hold on, hold on. Okay, no, that should not be playing. Oh my god. Everything's just kind of a disaster this morning. There we go. Alright, now it's time to make the sound to summon the stream. Sorry for the late start. It's been a crazy morning and I've been fighting against my coffee machine. So, greetings, dear viewers. I'm Coil Quickcard, and welcome back to the Community RPG Maker Project. It feels like it's been so much longer than a week, to be honest. Just because I did so much work on the Gotcha project, which is actually now in its first public release, and before the end of the week it's going to get another update. So I'm actually really happy about that. Hello everybody, and last time we worked on the entrance to the old ruins, and I spent a lot of time trying to troubleshoot like some traps and everything. So today we're going to make some more of that. So Ruins level 2, we start by coming down into this area. And then this is going to lead into a hallway that I want to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide. That should be plenty. There we go. Basically, we're going to be designing some more just tricks and trap sections here today, just to start. So the first thing I'm going to do is create the exit point. And oh nope, that's the screen tinting event. Here's the one I wanted. So this goes here. And this goes down here. So the first thing is going to be a room with a bunch of moving boulders that you have to run through. That's going to be the first thing. Where's my mossy stairs? Okay. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. Nice and simple. Okay. Let's play the music that's going to be playing in this area while we work on this. Okay. So the first boulder is going to be here. So this one is not limited by a trap. Okay. How do I make overworld encounters? So making overworld encounters is very easy. You create a monster, you have it activate on, make sure the priority is same as characters. The trigger can either be, actually it should be set to event touch. And then you have it trigger scene control battle processing. And now when this creature touches the player, either by wandering around or approaching or maybe just standing somewhere static, it'll trigger a fight. And then you just have it turn on a self switch after the fight, and boom. We now have a one-time enemy that will trigger when it touches you, you have a fight, and then it disappears. Music cloud. Yes, it is. There we go. Wait, going back to existing. Welcome back, Suleiman. So that's the basics of how you create an overworld encounter. Okay. So this boulder, when it touches the player, I want it to just transfer them back here. What are you working on this stream? Just a couple of trapped rooms and then like the entrance to some creepy caverns, basically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up. Repeat movements. Okay. So there we go. We now have a boulder that is going to roll around randomly. If it touches you, the screen will flash, it'll play a sound. You'll get hurt, and then it'll transfer you back out. Just because the logistics of getting this to work are going to be kind of annoying. There we go. And we are just going to fill this entire room with these boulders, and we're just going to keep staggering them a little bit. Every time we modify the movement just a little. And then we copy these And we're done. Do you need trap ideas? I would be happy to take any trap ideas. I don't want to do anything that's, like, too crazy or too difficult, though. I'm really, really, really trying to get this project moved on to the next major area. But if it looks like a viable idea, I will be happy to integrate it. Okay. So, if I am right, this out. First off, let's review this area. Let's cover where exactly we are, what this is. So we are heading down to the deepest, oldest parts of the necropolis. So we're heading down to, like, really ancient caverns here. Like, the sort of places where, like, the very first necromancers in ancient times set up. Give me a sec. I actually have to grab my pot of coffee here. There we go. Okay. So before I really had made an effort to really downplay, like, the whole necromancy angle, because the idea is that Wallachia practice, like, ethical necromancy. Like, it was an understood thing that was done with the dead. This was an ordinary part of the culture. And the undead were utilized as a labor and defensive force, which is actually, like, the origin of zombies, if you're not aware. The earliest instances we really have of the zombie as we know, which descends from the Caribbean tradition, which descends from some of the African tradition, is that zombies were reanimated corpses that were used for labor. But we're going down into, like, the deep stuff now. Like, we're talking people who were, like, manipulating souls, stealing bodies. We're going into the dark parts of the history now. So this is the old ruins, and this is the entrance down there. And there's a lot of traps, and to be honest, these traps were not built by these ancient necromancers. These traps themselves are also ancient, but they are more recent. These traps were built by people trying to make sure that nothing that was down in these caverns could get back out. Trap idea, just 3 buttons. One does nothing, but gives you a bottle of Pepsi. Last one kills you, but you have the option to press one or ignore all the buttons. I like it. I like that. So, the first thing it does is it stops the party from following you, just because it interferes with collision-based traps. There's spike traps on the floor that you don't want to step into. There are rolling boulders, which are actually able to reset themselves. There's going to be a treasure here. There's also another trigger for that boulder there. Down here, we have another triggered boulder. And I believe, yes, there's another trigger right there. So lastly, we need to get down these stairs. So in order to do that, we have to flip this switch, which starts these things moving. And down we go. Alright, and here's the next room. Okay, so one of the boulders is broken. But you can see the vision. Whoops. Okay, so this is going to take a little bit of resetting. So this one is supposed to start from here. We're going to change all of the speeds to normal. This one is wrong. Okay, that one has been fixed. Perfect. Just make sure they are all set to normal. The idea is that they should move at the same rate as the player. So that if the player just walks straight across, they should be okay. Like, if this boulder is here when the player walks here, then presumptively this boulder would be here when the player takes their next step, and so on and so forth. This trap should look very intimidating, but be very, very simple and very easy to bypass. Okay. Let's make sure that works before we institute the button trap, Suleiman. Just walk our way through. Okay, that is perfect. Okay, so the problem is on the reset. So let's have a fade out. And then we're actually going to have two different transfers just to force this room to reload itself. And fade in. Okay. Now we will just copy this onto each of the boulders. I want to make absolutely sure that the boulders completely reset themselves if you get hit. This entire area of trapped passages is meant to be absolutely punishing. Like, this is meant to be completely brutal to the player. Okay. We already know that this room is all set up. I also need a few treasure ideas for down here as well. Okay, that completely resets it. It's not quite... It's not quite right. It's not going to quite work. Okay. I think the problem is that it's not wide enough. Okay. I think if I make it a little bit wider, there's actually enough clearance for it to work. And doot, 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 doot. Up, up, down, down. So from this starting position, you are set. We take an up and we move it here. And that one works. Trap. Idea, just a path. If you get off the path, you die. I kind of like the idea of a greed trap. What if I just have a room full of chests? And if you interact with any of the chests, you die. That's an interesting idea. Quill, check DMs. I will get to it. That is still working. Okay. So no ups, and then an up. So that should be right. Let's see if I was right about the problem being the length. Okay. Okay, okay. I think that works. Does it still let you clear the ones on the other side? Oh yeah, this is totally doable. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So I just need to extend the room a little bit. Okay. Okay. And that should do it. Okay. 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 That works. That works very well. Okay. I want to put some, like, signs on the door. Um, okay, Cole, I'm seeing what you sent. All right. Hello, Audrey. Trap idea: narrow bridge where walks are falling down. Oh, that's a good one. That's that's a good trap design. Okay. So we're going to put a message here. And what should the message be called? I think this is the trial of bravery. There we go. So we'll say that, like, this part of the chambers are like a trial. I don't know why there'd be a trial here, but this is going to be the trial of hidden danger. Funny if the dark form, there's a rare chance when the portrait is flipped up, the flip off sprite is used. Oh, that's interesting. Um, all right. Trial of hidden danger, and then there is a notice. There is a sign in official looking lettering tied to the stone. It reads, let's see. Testing or use of these chambers for competitions and performance testing is hereby forbidden. Seriously, seriously, it was a very stupid idea to build these. Okay, there. Now there's a justification for why there's a bunch of traps. Easter egg, instead of killing you, one of the boulders killing you, it makes you fight a rock.png. Okay, I actually love that. I actually love that. Okay. We're going to take one of the rocks, and we're going to call it Rock Trap. Okay, so from turn 2 on, you realize you can just walk away from rocks. Okay. That is a really, really good idea. So I am going to need a battle back for this one. Let's see what works. None of these are... There we go. Stone 3. Ruins. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Okay, so how do I want to do this? So we're going to, like, give the impression of a floating walkway. Honestly, let's actually not use that. I really want to save that tile for use in the Pepsi world. Okay, so we put some walls here. We put some walls here. We put some walls here. We go around like this. It would be funny if one of the trial signs said, "Am I tripping, or is that poison or dark dragon in the party?" Quill, I want to draw, but don't know what. Cole, draw a goblet. Yeah, go ahead. Draw a goblet. Okay. So these ones are just going to be regular boulders. So instead of damaging the party directly, they will trigger the rock trap encounter, which you can escape. And if you do, then this becomes transparent and through on... Okay. Without any of the fade outs. Okay, and then it'll move 2 down, 3 off, and then through on, and move 2 spaces down. Okay, and at that point, it becomes transparent. Through turns on again. It changes its speed to the fastest possible, moves up, 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 up. And then it'll wait. Let's say it'll wait a second. And then it'll turn transparent off. And start moving again. Okay, let's see if that works the way I want it to. Did you know Hide the Pain Herald is Hungarian? Uncarbonated Pepsi. Zimispaid Art of Beta Very will be in that video. No, it will not. Ouch. Trial of Bravery. Woo! Nope. Okay, that doesn't quite work. Okay, so the real problem is that it doesn't trigger. The speed is not resetting. Okay. This is where I really had the problem with the Spire Flight minigame. Getting the damn thing to interact. What if I just add a 1 frame wait? It's possible that it simply doesn't have a frame in which to process impact. Okay. So when you touch it, it's supposed to trigger battle. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, let's actually test if this thing is possible to trigger on its own. We're going to have it just wait there. I feel like uncarbonated Pepsi would heal Ryu more than other party members. The flavor tastes oddly like beef if Malter drinks it. Okay. Okay. I can fix this. I can fix this, I think. Okay, instead of the wait, what I need to do is have it jump on that spot. If it has a move command that executes on that spot, it might give the illusion that it's bouncing on the platform. Oh my god, that looks so much better. No, no, no. It's still not triggering on contact. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Because I know how to make this work now. So we're going to have 3 pages of events. This one will activate on self-switch A. And this is just going to be the reset command. This is going to be everything after the sound effect and jump. So this is just the reset. Okay. I think I'm going to need a trap. So this is going to be Undercity Trap Reset. Undercity Trap Reset turn off. Okay, Undercity Trap Reset turn off. And that's resetting from this position. Okay. So that activates if Undercity Trap 1 reset is on. Because of a pun of uncarbonated, Thatcher would pitch it out. I really can't... I don't know a way that I can make individual players react differently to items except in the value of healing that it happens. I can move the priority higher, but if it's above, it's basically going to pass over the player without interacting. There is probably a way that this could be done, other than the way that I am doing it. But I know I can make this work. So the first thing we are going to do is set some variables. I have to leave. Bye. Thank you for stopping by, Suleiman. I appreciate you. Forgot the paladin's name. It's Elena. Okay, this is going to be player X. And this is going to be player Y. So this is spot 2310. So first, we are going to set the player's X coordinate equal to the character player's map X, and set the Y equal to the character's map Y. And this will be Undercity Trap 1. Wait a minute. The Y doesn't matter. The Y is completely irrelevant. All of these blocks are on the same Y coordinate. Okay, so all we need to do is check the X. And then if the X is equal to 23, then we trigger the rock trap. We take away the escape, and then after that check, we turn off Undercity Trap 1, but before we turn off Undercity Trap 1, we turn on Undercity Trap 1 reset. And we disable all of the interaction here. And then for the movement, we set Undercity Trap 1 to turn on. Okay, let's examine this. You got a big idea? I'd love to hear it. Okay. So first thing I forgot to do, and this is actually really important, we need all of these switches, Undercity Trap 3 reset. We need all the switches from 201 to 206 to turn off. 201 to 206. 201 to 206. All of the trap switches are going to reset every time we transition between screens. In this part of the dungeon to make this work. A trap that is a shadow that mirrors your movement in the other side of the room, and when touched, puts you in the beginning of the last. Ooh, a mirror trap. Okay, Cole, I am not going to use that for this part of the game, because that's probably at least a solid hour of effort just to make that work. Mirror movement trap. But we are absolutely going to use that in a later section, because that is brilliant and I absolutely love it. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, so something's wrong about my system. So it's moving automatically. Oh. I didn't remove the parts where it tries to reset. Aubrey, I like your ideas, but I still I still can't really... Okay. I like your idea, but I can't really make the players react differently to consumables, as far as I know. Not without plugins. Okay. Right. It stopped working because I got rid of the part that activates the trap. I really think I have a working system. I think the actual mechanic of the trap works. I just have to get the activation right. Yes! 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 Look at that! Okay. Oh my god, that little jump is so good. It makes such a big difference. Okay, 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 the battle worked. The battle worked. So all you have to do is guard. It's working. You realize you can just walk away from rocks. Oh my god, that's perfect. Okay. So we're actually going to make another copy of Gross Rock. And we're going to make it this color. And we are going to call it Trap Rock. There we go. It's a Trap Rock. And we're actually going to decrease the turn. Okay, that's good. Now, did you notice that the rock kept moving? Okay. If I set this right, it shouldn't move until after the problem is processed. No. Okay. The rock did keep moving. I'm very close to getting this. Realize you can just walk away from rocks. Okay, good. And we're actually not going to have it drop anything at all. So how do I stop it from moving? Oh! Oh, okay. It's still trying to move automatically. It doesn't need to do any of that. Because it's not supposed to reset until there. Okay. Might make an overworld strike for the shadow. There's actually already a really good shadow sprite in this game. Just in the default assets. And worst case, I could literally just throw Ryu into my image editing software and just invert the colors. Yes! God damn, that is good! Good, and it really, really hurts if you attack it. So all you can do is guard. Okay, does the rock reset? The rock resets perfectly. So you basically have to be, like, right under it for the thing to hurt you. Okay. Then we're going to give it a through command here. Just so that you can move underneath it. After this chamber, the Trial of Bravery is going to be the Trial of Greed. And so that's where we're going to have, like, locked chests and stuff. Okay, so the problem... The problem is that you basically have to be, like, right under it. So what if I give it an automatic 5-frame wait window? I don't think that Ryu color fits dark. Not especially well, but it's about the best I can do. Yeah, I'm still having trouble activating it. If you're standing on the spot, it definitely triggers. Okay. Okay. I have an idea. How about we add another conditional? If the X is 22, but the player is holding left, because we can actually modify this to check if a certain button is being pressed. So if left is being pressed, and the character's X is 22, then we trigger a rock trap. And also, if the X is 24 and right is being pressed, we can trigger the rock trap. I think that will be enough to catch it on multiple sides. I feel like the Dark Ryu in the battle should be toned more blue, more black. I agree. I completely agree with you, Aubrey. I truly, truly do. The problem is that I can't quite make that happen with the default coloring systems. And I'm not actually good enough at my image manipulation software. To do it, unfortunately. So we're just going to have this be through. I think that's fine. We're going to add stepping coordination to all of this. Why the hell can I not make this work? Why is it so damn hard to make this work? Are there percentile measurements of player coordinates and it's just never returning a full integer? Is that a problem? Oh my god! No, no, no! I think it went back to the frame issue! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, I think I did it. It doesn't hit you if you're on that side. It doesn't hit you if you're on this side. No, it's still not working. Okay. Just keep all of them on through. Remove all of the through references. It no longer needs to intersect the player physically at any point. We don't need collision detection. At some point, I probably will make a better Dark Dragon sprite, but that's not something I'm going to do on stream. Maybe stop the trap after the battle is done. No, I'm going to have it be repeatable. This is the part of the game that people are going to not like because it's just really unfair and tedious. This is basically the Sins Fortress section of this process. Okay. Very good. Is Ryu a hybrid of a Dark and Poison Dragon? Kinda. Okay, what about going this way? Okay. It's not perfect, but frankly, I think this is about the best we can hope for. So the Y here is 26. So if you're heading left with 25, if you're right on 26... No, this 26, and then 27, right? And then this is going to be dependent on Undercity Trap 2. Hold on. Why are there two instances of the switch here? Oh, right. Because it's Trap 1 reset. Okay. Undercity Trap 2 reset. Undercity Trap 2. And then this triggers with Undercity Trap 2. And this triggers with Undercity Trap 2 reset, which also turns off Undercity Trap 2 reset. 204 is the reset, which it should be. 203... Okay. We're going to move them all over by 1. We are going to add some switches to the batch. We're going to add 207 and 208 to the reset. Because this is going to be Undercity Trap 4. And then Undercity Trap 4 reset. Why not a Toxic Fang for the Dark form? I love that. Aubrey, absolutely. Okay. Because I did want to start adding other abilities to differentiate the different dragon forms. Toxic Fang attack for Dark Ryu to poison. Okay. I like the idea of a single target attack that inflicts a debuff. So, can we think of a single target attack to inflict a debuff for Fire Dragon and Ice Dragon, Burn and Freeze, or Frostbite, probably is probably about the best that we can do. What about for the regular form? What about for Green Dragon Ryu? Can we think of a debuff that he is able to apply? Scare? Scare's not a bad idea. Wing Buffet already serves as a stun. Steal the Mirror's Shadow idea for Doom's Call? Yeah, absolutely. It's your idea. Do it. Okay. Now, let's make the boulders a little bit better. So, we're just going to call this event Boulder. Undercity Trap 1... We're going to wait 2 frames, running parallel. We are going to decrease the volume of the sound effect. And we are going to put these in order. From lowest to highest, just so it's easier. So, yeah, that is spot 24, 23, 24, 25. That is completely right. So this one is from 24 to 27. So we just need to add like 3 to each of these. (26, 27, 28). We're going to be doing event work for a while, so let's play that music. So first things first, it needs to turn on Undercity Trap 2. This is conditional on Undercity Trap 2. This resets, no, this turns on Undercity Trap 2 reset and turns off Undercity Trap 2. And then this is dependent on Undercity Trap 2 reset. And then it turns off Undercity Trap 2 reset. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it again. So this is Undercity Trap 3 with Undercity Trap 3 turned on. The spaces are 29, 30, and 31. And then it turns on Undercity Trap 3 reset, turns off Undercity Trap 3. And then the third one on Undercity Trap 3 reset, it turns off Undercity Trap 3 reset. And I know I made an error here, because this should be Undercity Trap. Undercity Trap 2. And switch on should not be the reset. Okay. And one more boulder. So you turn on Undercity Trap 4. Then if Undercity Trap 4 is on, you check for area 32, 33, and 34. And you turn on Undercity Trap 4 reset and turn off Undercity Trap 4. And then if Undercity Trap 4 reset is playing, you turn off Undercity Trap 4 reset. Okay. For Ice Form, Rhea smacks the enemy with his spiky tail and frost is left in the enemy's rooms, causing frostbite. Already got the idea. The enemy shade would be in most dungeons before boss room, and would follow the pattern of 1 randomly wander, 2 mirroring player, and 3 mimicking player by following in that order. You know what? I'm gonna draw the shade. I love that. I'm gonna make alt names for Rhea forms: Frostbite, Ice, Burning Form, Fire, the Nocturnal Form, Dark Poison, and the Friend Form, Normal. Okay. I should have 4 functional traps. Oh my god. Okay, number 1 works. It's gonna be a little boring because I have to check each one. But I'm assuming that I am probably done and we can move on to designing the Trial of Greed. Okay, that doesn't trigger, good. This doesn't trigger, good. This doesn't trigger, good. This does trigger, good. Gonna send it to you when done. Okay. Cole, I really do appreciate the effort that you put in for this project. I am going to be very upfront about this. And I do not mean to be rude, but I just don't think the sprites that you provided are really going to be sufficient to populate a whole area of crocodilians. I just don't think it's going to be good. I just don't think it's what we need for the project, and I am sorry about that. Hamburger, hello, welcome to the stream. It's okay. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If I could make them myself, I probably would. Okay, and Rock Trap number 4 also works. I think this having an enemy that's just a PNG with a not actually transparent background is one of the most entertaining ideas I have for this project. Okay, we're good. That's it. That is the Trial of Bravery. Perfect. Let's design the next room then. As far as events go, I don't need that one, and I don't need that one. Okay. So this is going to be the third and final dungeon room. So we're going to make this one a little bit smaller, a little bit bigger. There's no enemies anywhere in these rooms. Is there just an option to... just get rid of everything real quick? Helps if I select square instead of circle. Okay, that is the transfer. This is the room tent. This is that. Move idea for Rhea burning form. Rhea slams his red-hot scales into the enemy, causing blunt damage, and the burn status can be used on allies to stop the bleeding attack. I cannot make a move that can be both used on allies and enemies, unfortunately. That's not something the default system allows me to do in this game. I do like it, though. I like the flavor that you're throwing out. Just give me 1 sec to check my various messages for the stream. There we go. Have a couple messages I need to check. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. That's late enough in the day that basically all my various family have checked in. There's enough mental health problems in our family that we always make a good habit of having everybody check into the family chat at least once a day. Also, it's just very pleasant. No, we're not going to do the Nearing Shadow in this dungeon. That's something I will save for a different part of the game. I do need great puzzle ideas for later in the game, and that is absolutely perfect. Oh, damn it, music's too loud again. Okay, I am so sorry about the audio issues throughout this episode. I apologize. I've been recording like 8 different things for various projects, and my audio settings have been all over the place. That is still too loud. My God. There, we are setting all of these things down to like 15. Okay. So let's get started on the Trial of Greed. So I want to have like some treasure chambers. Just like that. Okay. Okay. That's pretty good. Okay. Just gotta make this not look weird. Okay. There, that works. Give a cat girl a gun. Field and Mirror Shadow would be in the Cat Village dungeon. I'm imagining Ryu holding a Raido, playing his theme. Okay. So we need, like, an entry chamber. Okay, just like that. Okay. So I'm not sure exactly how to do it. But basically, I want it to look like the end of this room is, like, broken open, revealing a way into a chamber. And then that chamber is where we're actually going to climb down into the next area. So I'm not totally sure how to do that. We do want to remove the shadow here. until I do figure it out, we're just going to put that there. What if the dragon that gave Ryu the dark ability was really a poison dragon that learned dark spells and powers? Okay, but what would we do with that? Like, what are we actually adding to the project with that interpretation? Like, you've come up with a wonderful assortment of flavor ideas, but we need something more concrete mechanically. Okay, it looks a little awkward, but it's at least functional. So here we have the Trial of Greed. Means Ryu can learn poison attacks. Yeah, we've already decided that. Is there a way to make, like, a splash screen for enemies on the overworld? Can you give me an example? I don't think I fully know what you mean by that. Okay, Ruins level 3. Transfer here, facing the left. Like Mario plus Rabbids. I haven't played that. I'm unfortunately not familiar. Okay. Okay, how in the 9 hells do I do this? Like Kirby, then. Which Kirby? I can't really think of an example of a splash screen thing from a Kirby game. Means Dark Ryu can heal more from rotten stuff, like rotten healing items like the expired Pepsi. Star Allies, I didn't play Star Allies. Aubrey, I cannot make different items do different things for different characters when you use it on them. I can't make an item that, like, recovers 100 HP that will do something different based on who drinks it. I mean, I could, but it would apply to every item. Like, I could make Malter get more healing from every healing item. Not really the relevant question right now, Cole. I just roll with it. Okay, how do I represent a crack? A crack in the wall. Okay, we have a bunch of cracks. Like that. And we've also got some scuff on the ground. Okay, that works. Okay, what can I use for like a cracked, broken wall? how else do I affect the gameplay without just making more moves? Enemy suggestions, stories, enemies, locations, objects, interactions, dialogue, character. Basically anything, honestly. Okay. We can put that there. Put that there. Sent some examples of splash screens. Okay, thank you. Dark tiles, not really a fan of that. I mean, this would make for an interesting change of aesthetic. We'll just have walls that are 2 blocks high. Okay. That works. We'll have some places where the wall has been collapsing. Put like a few of these around. Put some boulders. Just to really drill home that this is getting dangerous, we're going to sprinkle a few skeletons around. Okay. So how does this all look together? Okay. Got an item idea. A one-time shield that boosts your defense. Okay, I like that. I can add to crafting. Defense boosting shield item. I'm imagining that the player characters have to sneak into a cat village, or at one point they'll have to move to wear devices. Most are made by Thatcher Thea devices where the cat ears of disguise. Love giving tiles to bosses, creeping mimer. Oh, same as calls. I can definitely work with that idea. Whoops. Okay, put a bunch of cracks in the walls. Yeah, we really want to give the sense that this whole area has been pretty heavily damaged. Okay. I think that's good. And now I need like a way down. Honestly, a rope is probably most fitting. Okay. That works. Okay, that looks a lot more natural, I think. But still not quite right. Okay. Oh, this is the spot I was looking for. Like that. Perfect. What about the hole in the wall? I think I like this. I'm not crazy about the walls, though. I think I like going for the green. But I really don't have a good... I really don't have a good fix on this. I think the purple works. I think this one looks a little bit too manufactured to really get the appeal I'm looking for. I do think it needs to be that one. The gardens themselves. I don't think the gardens themselves look especially good. If I do that, that doesn't look good. What if I just go with the default for that? Okay, I think this looks a lot better. And I think we'll replace the capstone with this. No, that doesn't quite work for a capstone. Do we have something that doesn't quite start right at the bottom? Honestly, that looks pretty good. Okay, so the Old Ruins entry, we're going to also change this. We're going to make it match the exterior so we can really, really transition into this scary looking purple more naturally. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay. So now we can transition into the purple, and the purple looks really, really good. But the big problem is that now we're going to have to redesign some of the rock falls. Oh, these will work great. Okay. So let's get rid of those decorations. Ryu, please stop trying to eat rotten flesh. You'll get sick. Ryu trying to consume a bone. You know, the one which you have to interact with a bunch to get one bottle cap. Aubrey, apparently no one noticed Ryu's a dragon. Would you prefer it if Ryu tried to eat the dead flesh of a zombie? No. No, I would not. Ryu grew up basically around people. So I don't think it's quite something that Ryu would do. Okay. let's scatter several instances of this stuff around. And at least a little bit of that. And then finally some of this. Okay, that looks pretty wicked. Okay, I like that a lot. So, the Trial of Bravery. This is the Trial of Greed. Okay. We will make yet another alternate version of the tile set. So this is going to be Dungeon... This is going to be Dungeon Alt... Whatever. Just call it Dungeon Alt C. And then we change this whole thing to Dungeon Alt C. Alright, let's give this a look. Okay, cool. I'm going to look at the splash screen examples. Oh, I like your shade. Oh. Yeah, you would just have to make up pictures and then just use the display picture event commands if you want to do that. I don't know why, but I feel like Ryu just hates hats in general. Possibly because his head is not a good shape to be wearing hats. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that transition feels good. Ooh, I love that. Okay, perfect. Now for the actual trial part of the trial. Hold on. We can get better chests than that. Treasures. Let's get some real good chests. Like this one. Okay. So this is going to be Treasure Trap. Got a feeling Aubrey is #1 Ryu fangirl. Aubrey just wants pets. Aubrey wants this to be Neopets. But unfortunately, I cannot make Neopets. Okay. So we're not going to need a self switch here. So we don't need the second page. It just opens. And then it will show an animation on the player for an explosion. Neopets actually had a very basic RPG mode as one of its minigames. And it always made me upset because the rewards for it sucked. If you wanted to play Neopets efficiently and get your stuff, that was not the right way to do it. It made me sad. I think Neopets is actually still around if you ever want to check it out. It's basically just like a bunch of mini games. It's basically a bunch of mini games and advertisements disguised as mini games with a generally cheery, child-centered face to it. Honestly, it's not a bad way to spend an hour or two. Okay. We will say it was a trap. It plays the animation. And then it's going to decrease the HP of the entire party by... I don't know, 300. That's fine. And then we actually will have a self-switch. Which doesn't do anything. Same character, direction fix, action button. Direction fix, action button. Okay, that's all fine. I'm imagining Thatcher holding a gun and saying, "You better shut the fuck up," before tapping the bus with said gun. The thing under the Shade's eyes aren't like tears or bags. Homie needs some beauty sleep. Okay, so here are our trapped chests. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, okay. We're just gonna have 2 in every room arranged like this. I think that's beautiful. Get rid of the skeletons in the corners of rooms. Actually, I guess it's okay. As long as... yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Just like that. And we will have a few places where the walls are cracked and damaged. That looks good. Okay. That really doesn't look very good. There. We'll just have some basic cracks on the wall in these spots. I think that's fine. Okay. I feel like Malter is secretly scared of both Ryu and Thatcher. He probably is, to be honest. Okay. So that should all function. Trial of Greed. Why... Because I didn't set the self-switch. Okay. That's fine. We will just delete all of those and copy them again. Takes less than 60 seconds to do it. It's not a problem. Well, another person said the shade looks adorable. I agree. Okay, this is good. Uh, okay. I want to try something. Would it be possible... no. Okay, I really can't have a treasure there. So I've got one treasure over here that the player can access. I can put another treasure here, and then one of these chests, if you interact with it again after it goes off, you can get a treasure out of it. So the next thing we need to work on is the switches. Was that your idea, or was that Suleiman's? I can't recall. Who had the idea for the switches? Let's see. I can't find it. It was Suleiman's idea. Can you see what Suleiman had said? I don't... I'm trying to look, but I can't scroll back far enough. Yeah, I can only go back far enough to see when Suleiman said he was reading. We can try to reintroduce that idea. Let's get some treasures. Okay, we're going to copy that. We are going to start here with a spooky looking box. And this box is going to give you an item. How about... You know what? It's going to be a 12-pack of Pepsi. You found 12 bottles of Pepsi. Because probably people are going to get hurt a lot in this dungeon. And this one is actually just going to be some money. So let's actually make it pretty significant. Let's make it 2,500. Found 2,500 bottle caps. Okay. Now for here... For here, I want it to actually be like a special item. Do we have any specific... Oh, how about a shield? We don't have like a special shield for our paladin yet. A shield would be great. Wallachia 2, crafted 6. We're going to start working on the next set of stuff. So this is going to be the tier for the Old Ruins and Jungle 1. So, Shield. Shield is going to be 17. I feel like I really, really want to have some NAs on this chart. Just so I can more easily parse it. That's an NA, that's an NA. Oh. Oh, this is ruining my formatting. That's why sometimes it's... Ah, crap. Well... Damn. Alright. Tier 1. Yellow. This is an easy enough problem to fix. Just change those all to cyan. Okay. So this will be our first bit of tier 7 gear. Elena Snickers, Ryu, are you holding that bone like a dog with a stick? So from 17, let's put this up to 22. The Spritzel is tier 6. Actually, I think you might be right about that. I don't think I updated this to include the Spritzel. It was 40, 49. No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I guess that does qualify it as tier 7. Okay. So, shield. I'm going to make it 1500. It has an attack of 22. It has a 10% block, 10% chance to evade an attack. So what do I want to call it? This is going to be the Boulder Shield. It's going to cut damage you take from Earth by that. A shield designed for blocking boulders that are trying to hit you. Halves Earth damage, 10% block. Okay. Alright, I love that. So that is going to be a treasure that you get here. So if you interact with this again, then okay. So first, direction fix off. So they turn left, right, and up. So first we need to turn right. Then we wait 3 frames. Then we turn left. We wait 3 frames. And then we turn down. And it turns on control self-switch B. Okay. Closing the chest again, a hidden drawer pops out at the bottom. And you get the reinforced, or you get the boulder shield. Okay. Okay, you found a boulder shield. Okay. And then this is going to turn self-switch A off. So we're going to make it so that these chests are able to reset themselves. So when you interact with this, it plays the sound, it opens, it was a trap. It plays the text, it explodes, the whole party gets hurt. Then if you interact with it again while it's active, it will close itself. But when you close this one, it gives you the boulder shield. Okay. So, as a hint, I can add a reset switch to every one of these chests. So that it will at least be established that you could interact with them more than once. It was a trap. It was a trap. Okay. This one is a trap, but closing the chest again, a hidden drawer pops out at the bottom. Okay. So that works exactly the way I wanted it to. So we're going to move the self switch on to before that happens. It won't say it was a trap. But it will show an exclamation. Also, Quill, I have an idea for a character that trades armor for more equipable weapons. Found driver reel, please stop biting this. You will not rest Aubrey until there's just, like, a pet caring mode in this game, huh? Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, that works perfectly. But for this one, we want to make sure that you can't just get a bunch of boulder shields. So this is going to turn self-switch B on. So self-switch B, it'll still open and trigger the explosion, like usual. Because I fully expect that players would actually just keep interacting with chests until they find something, we're going to change the damage each one of these does to 100. Okay, a lightning bolt kind of works. Yeah, I think I like a lightning bolt better than explosion. Okay. So, lightning bolt better than explosion. And then the reset page triggers when self-switch B is on. Okay, actually self-switch C. This is what you see when self-switch C is on, and then it switches self-switch C off. Okay. We're going to get rid of all the other chests again, since I've changed the way that this functions once more. Alright, let's check it out. Okay. So first the explosion, and everyone should take 100 damage. Okay. Everyone took 100 damage. Close it. A hidden drawer pops out at the bottom. You found a boulder shield. Yes, I did. And now it functions like a normal one. And the last thing we will add is the balloon icon on the player with an exclamation. Okay. So that is the final form of the trap. So all we have to do is change the reset trigger for self switch A, turn off self switch A. And there we go. Okay. You know what? Let's not actually test it just yet. Let's make that switch puzzle. Come to think of it, isn't the direction for this basically the exact same that I would use for a switch? I think so. Okay, we can just have, like, a red lever. And these are switch traps. Okay. Let's test it. Does this work? That's perfect. Okay, so the only thing I need to do here is change the sound effect. Okay, that works. Okay, so now we've got trapped switches. So we're going to put 3 of them in here. The second one... Quill, is there a way to make Malter to have more ammo types that deals more damage depending on how many you loaded in? Yes. As far as I know, you can put variables into damage formulas, I think. If not, you could just have multiple versions. Like you'd have a strong, a medium, and a weak one. And then you would have the regular command that the player actually sees and uses. Run a common event which checks a conditional branch to force an action to use one of the others. That would also be a potential solution. So we're going to copy this chest, because this one is also going to have a special state. Just like that. Okay. And this is going to be switch clue. This one is going to give you a clue how to find the chest. What if they all give a clue? Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Okay, okay. What if they all give you a clue? A misleading clue. That's actually exactly where I'm going with this, Cole. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Each one of these 3 switch traps will give you a clue. If you take all 3 clues together, it will lead you to this chest here, which is also trapped. But the player will then comment, "That doesn't seem fair," and it will yield the final clue that the actual treasure is over here. Okay. Okay, this is perfect. This is perfect. Because even if the player is smart enough not to interact with the chests, I imagine they're going to press at least one of the switches. So every single one of them should give a clue. Okay. So let me think here. I need the clue to be when you initially activate the switch. And then we copy this. So when self switch A is on, it does it again, but without giving a clue. So then I only need a single reset. So this is activate the switch the first time. This is activate the switch subsequent times. And so we need a second self switch to turn on, specifically self switch B. And then when self switch B is on, you interact with this and it disables self switch B. What do you think of Weird Al? I think Weird Al is a remarkably talented performer, entertainer, and musician. And I think he has successfully lived a life within, like, the popular music scene for decades without providing even the slightest clue of impropriety. And frankly, I think that's just as impressive as his professional achievements. He's just a good person who likes having fun. And that's a wonderful, beautiful, rare thing. Okay. Let's test it. Okay, it zaps me, it gives me a clue, and then it resets. Okay, so this is supposed to turn on self-switch B. Okay, that was the error. So on the first level, down into the final area of this act, When we go down, we will get a scene. Okay. Okay. That works. That's exactly what I want. So now I need 3 clues. Okay. A singed piece of paper falls to the floor. It reads, the treasure is in a room with no bones. Okay, so that immediately brings it down to one of these. Okay. We're going to move this skeleton here. Okay, the second clue is going to be the treasure is in a room on the southern side. So those two clues together combine. Those two clues together point to this one. I do want to make this lighter. And we'll have a few patches of darker stone over here. Okay. So now I need a final clue to differentiate between these 3. Okay. Got a funny idea of how Rhea would get an electric form. Oh, by exploiting this? That would be interesting. Or do you have a different idea? Okay, how do I want to do this? Um... Hmm. Uh... I need a third clue. One, two, three. No. A step counter doesn't work. the treasure is on the west side of chamber. So first clue, the treasure is in a room on the southern side. So that means it has to be one of these four. The second clue is the treasure is in a room with no bones. That eliminates these and leaves only these. Treasure is on the west side. The treasure is on the west side of its chamber. Just be struck by lightning randomly during the story and him being more annoyed than anything after Thatcher heals him. That's an interesting idea. Alright. And we're going to put a skeleton here. So now, a room without bones, south side, west is on the west side of its chamber, points you to this one. Okay. So we'll do that. And the player is going to be angry about it. And Malter will comment, well, that just seems rude. Are dragon forms immune to their specific types? I can't remember if I made them immune or just highly resistant. They are immune to their element. Except the green dragon, who just has a buttload of physical resistance. Okay. So there's going to be a note inside the chest. There is a singed piece of paper inside the chest. It reads, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, got you. And Malter will say, well, that just seems rude. And then the player will do a little jump. Wait for the completion. At the same time, it will play a sound effect. It will play an attack sound. Damage. Okay. It'll play the sound, the player will wait. And at that point, it will close up again. Which will turn on self-switch B. Okay. And then if self-switch B is on... No, if self-switch A is on, it does this. but it turns on self-switch B. What would happen if Aerie and Malter would meet? Good question. I don't actually know. Okay. That just seems rude. No. Not self-switch A. Actually, self-switch A is... Self-switch A is fine. Because with self-switch A on, it'll stay open. Okay, that's fine. Okay, closing the chest again, a hidden drawer pops out at the bottom. Inside is a singed piece of paper. It reads, "The other chest in this chamber has a hidden drawer too." And then this one can be completely removed. Alright, let's check the whole thing. Hello, noob. How's it going? Make both mimics. I actually didn't even think about mimics until right now. It would actually be really funny if both of them attacked you after you get the boulder shield. I love that idea, and we're going to integrate it. Two scenarios, one of them asking the other for a drink, or they play dueling banjos for honor. Alright. So, switch one. A singed piece of paper falls to the fall. Falls to the floor. The treasure is in a room on the southern side. A singed piece of paper. The treasure is in a room with no bones. The treasure is on the west side of its chamber. So that points you to this chest. There's a singed piece of paper inside the chest. It reads, "Ha ha ha, got you." Well, that just seems rude. Closing the chest again, a hidden drawer pops out at the bottom. Inside is a singed piece of paper. It reads, "The other chest in this chamber has a hidden drawer too." Closing the chest again, a hidden drawer pops out at the bottom. You found a boulder shield. Okay, so that reset properly. That reset properly. Good. That resets. That reset. That reset, and then all the others are copy-pastes. Okay. That is perfect. A singed piece of paper falls to the floor. A singed piece of paper falls to the floor. A singed piece of paper falls to the floor. Okay. So, let's have an enemy... Whoops. Whoops. No, don't save any of those changes. All right. We're just going to make a copy of the Necro Crab. That's fine. Mimic. Okay. So we have 2 mimics. And we are going to start with a multi-turn stun. The target was trapped in the mimic's maw. And the message escaped the mimic's maw. Message is still trapped. And we're going to have it last between 1 and 3 turns. So now we'll go grab an enemy move. We're going to grab the Rock Shatter, Mimic, latches onto its prey. So let's have that be that. And this is going to be Mimic Maw. And it inflicts the state. It inflicts the new stun state, but it doesn't actually do any damage. It is always going to hit. And it's the highest priority thing for it to do on turn 1. We're going to give it a high priority. So that it basically always goes first. Going to rename this Mimic Maw. Create a Mimic Trap event. Have them both attack. Make all those... No, I'm not going to make all of them mimics. But it's midnight, I have college tomorrow. Can I tell you my top 3 favorite things I suggested to the RPG? Yes, please do. Alright, so this is going to be Mimic Trap. So the Boulder Shield so we don't actually need Mimic Trap done. Okay. So this one actually does need to have the reset. Because it can still reset until you interact with this one. Okay. This one doesn't actually ever need to be reset. Okay. Yeah, we don't need those. Because you activate it once, and then if you close it, you get the boulder shield. So, what I need now is when Mimic Trap turns on, I want it to actually, like, flap around a bit. So, it starts out... So right now it's facing up. So the first thing it'll do and jump in place. Then it will turn right. Wait 3 frames. Turn left. Wait 3 frames. Turn down. Wait 3 frames. So now it's looking closed again. So we go left. We go right. And we turn up. We wait 3 frames, and then it resets and it jumps. Okay, let's make sure that looks good. Change my mind, gonna be here a while. 3 Croc people, 2 the Mirroring Shatter, 1 the drone. We will get to the drone. Being patient with this project means being patient over a period of months. Okay. Quill, I found an auto-win item in the temple. How does it work? It just does. It's just a passive thing. If you're sufficiently over-leveled for a fight, it just ends. You can use the item in your key item slot in order to enable or disable the function. Oh my god, look at that! Look at that! Hey noob, how's that for a mimic? Oh my god, that's adorable! Oh, I love it! I am not making them all mimics. It is only going to be these 2. I'm not going to spend the time to apply this to everything. Okay, that is perfect. Self-switch doesn't matter. However, the player will have an exclamation. And we turn on the switch. The Mimic Trap. And Elena will comment, another damn trap. No, I'm not adding any more. There are 2 mimics here. I'm not doing it. I am not doing it. I've spent close to 3 hours building this room Well, in the previous room. I've spent a long time doing this. Like, I already added the whole thing where all the chests are just electrocuting you. No, I'm not doing it. There are no more mimics in this room. Discussion over. And mimic trap. Okay, battle processing, mimic trap. And then it activates mimic trap. Done. Okay. Let's take a look at the entire room in full now. So this is the Trial of Greed. Every chest will electrocute, just like that. This switch, the switches will also electrocute you. A singed piece of paper falls to the floor. It reads, "The treasure is in a room on the southern side." I'm not adding a... Jesus. All you people seem to just show up to this stream thinking I'm making some kind of a pet simulator. The treasure is in a room with no bones. The treasure is on the west side of its chamber. Okay. So we're all pretty hurt now, but we're okay. Man, that just got a lot of spells these days. So we interact with the chest, all the clues point us toward. And it just says there's a singed piece of paper inside the chest. It reads, "Ha ha ha, got you." Well, that just seems rude. You kick it. Closing the chest again, a hidden drawer pops out at the bottom. It reads, "The other chest in this chamber has a hidden drawer too." Interacting with this again. Okay. That works fine. Interacting with this just zaps you. You have to interact with it a second time. Closing the chest again, a hidden drawer pops out at the bottom. You found a boulder shield. Another damn trap. Okay, that is not working. Why did that not work? Mimic trap. Why didn't they change? Is Switch 210 already on for some reason? This one at least... should be changing form. I don't quite understand. But also noob. You've unlocked a new game feature, toggle auto win. When you pick up the tablet, it asks you, do you want to automatically win random battles you are over leveled for? And then you could choose to enable or disable it. So it should have vaguely explained it, but doesn't do very well. So I can add a thing. You now have the option of instantly winning against normal enemies if you are sufficiently leveled up. So then it asks if you want to do it, and after that it says you can change your slot at any time using the tablet auto win from the special tab of your inventory. And yes, it is called special. Okay. So tablet auto win has been clarified a little bit. But why is this not working? I don't understand. The monkey with the gun is not working, not reviving. Yes, I have not made that quest work yet. So, no, it does not function yet. That's going to be a whole side quest that we're going to end up adding. Alright, let's drop our next debug save here. So, is switch 210 on for some reason? No, switch 210 isn't on for any reason. Another damn trap. Okay. That's fine. Elegy of Death. Okay. So the Mimic Trap switch did get turned on. But for some reason it's not triggering this. Okay. That is fine. Here is what we are going to do. We're going to have an auto-running event that triggers when Mimic Trap is on. No, it's going to trigger when self-switch B turns on. I'm thinking it might not be updating because it's in the middle of event processing or something. So if I force it to turn on another event, so self-switch A, you close it, it does this, it turns on self-switch B. Self-switch B... custom. Okay. All right, let's try this again. Also, enrichment also doesn't work. Enrichment should be working. It should just get you double the rewards. Quill, what do you think of ping pong? Let's see. The only problem, I unironically love these nutty gems. Okay. Hidden drawer pops out. Boulder shield. Another damn trap. Okay. Why the actual crap is this not updating over here? Oh, because I never added the page. Right, I was doing all the testing before I did that. Okay. Nope, not working. Okay. Let's take a look. Enrichment adds the state, double money and items to the user. What are you fighting that it's not working? Oh! Oh. Okay. As soon as you walk one step, it should fall off. So if you have to fight multiple battles without moving, enrichment will just stay active. Alright, let's check this. Okay, a normal battle against the forest felines. Rewards 36 experience and 30 bottle caps. Okay. So if Malter uses enrichment, you're right. It is not increasing that. Why is it not increasing that? What the hell? Ability that is shared by the entire party is enabled if it is enabled if at least one party member participating in a battle has this characteristic. Add state, double money and items. Yeah, gold double, drop item double. So why the hell isn't it working? Let's make it visible. Enrichment. Okay. We've got an icon. But it's not doing anything. Why? Why is it not doing anything? Okay. The state should be applied. But it's not. What if we apply it to everybody? Maybe it needs to be applied to the lead actor or something. Whoops. I didn't use the damn enrichment. Or maybe party ability is not applicable as a state. Or maybe it has to be active when a battle starts. Okay. Okay. Let's just give him this party ability in general. Let's see if it functions at all. Let's see if this condition even does anything. Okay. So that might be the problem. The gold double parameter literally does not work. Okay. Let's see if we can't find a solution to that. RPG Maker MZ, double gold not working. Oh! Oh! Okay. Alright, I might see the problem. Okay. I'm going to make a note of these things. 15173 bottle caps. And Malter is currently sitting at 16419 XP. And just so I have a second point of comparison, Ryu is sitting at 17246 XP. We are going to see if it's just the display that's broken. Okay. So this is normal. 36 XP and 60 bottle caps found. So now we have 15233 that is 60 extra bottle caps. Malter is up to 455, which is plus 36. Ryu is now at 282, which is plus 36. Okay. Good. And now we're going to do this again. We're going to see if we're actually getting the right amount, but it's just not displaying the right amount. Okay. Nope. That is still only plus 33 bottle caps. The state is still applied to every member of the party. Our experience amounts did not change. Okay. So from this test, we can now confirm that it is not a display issue. Let's see. Alright, someone else was having this problem. I'm using auras with one of my classes, which I have working for 20 plus other auras, but for some reason it's not working with double gold. But if I set up a skill to give the state directly, then I get double gold. The only plugin I'm using is to display weather. Why is this not working? Enrichment, double money items, that is state 30. State 30, gold double, drop item double. What if I try it with just one thing? And it is skill 269, skill 269. I truly don't understand why this isn't working. No. Wait, no, it is working. Hold on, it is working. 2 friendly forest felines should only give 30 gold. But when I killed a normal, I'm getting 60, right? What the hell is causing this? No, it actually worked that time. Oh my god. Does it not like having two issues? Let's try double money state. And a double item state. Drop item double, okay. Let's try to have the skill apply both states individually. Again, let's go back to user. There is no manipulation to the actor. Or any of the classes. That could account for this. The enemy is set fine. So this should get me 36 experience and 30 gold. 36 and 30 is what we're looking for. 36 experience, 30 bottle caps. That is accurate. Now we'll try it with enrichment. So we should see 72 and 60. Oh, wait, no. Okay, it is working. It is working. The experience isn't doubling. Right. The experience is static. Okay, it did double. It did double. The other thing is it just doubles the drop rate. Which, to be fair, I haven't really tested a bunch. Okay. I need a bunch of tests against an enemy. We're not going to award any XP. We're going to have a default of 5. And we can drop bottles of Pepsi. We're going to have a 1 in 2 chance. Actually, let's have a 1 in 2 chance for 3 bottles of Pepsi each. So, 50% times 50% times 50%. There should only be a 1 in 8 chance that on a fight without double items, I would get all 3 bottles of Pepsi. But if double items is working, then each of these should drop. So I should be able to confirm this very quickly. With just a few tests. Okay, troop number 102. So first we're going to do 5 tests without using enrichment. Okay, we found 1 bottle of Pepsi. The amount of gold is right. The amount of gold is right. We found 2 bottles of Pepsi. That's a 1 in 4 chance, completely reasonable. No bottles of Pepsi. To be fair, no bottles of Pepsi is also a 1 in 8, I think. Okay. Alright, so those were our 5 tests without enrichment. Now we're going to try it with enrichment. So we should get 10 bottle caps. And assuming that my assumption about how the drops are calculated are accurate, we'll probably get 3 bottles of Pepsi. So we're going to do 5 rounds of this. 10 bottle caps, 3 bottles of Pepsi. We're going to repeat it 4 times. Enrichment is not resetting because due to previous bizarre glitches I was having with it, the way it resets is by taking steps in the overworld. Okay, one last one, but I think we can confirm that enrichment is now working, as intended, with both gold and items. Okay, and then if I take 2 steps, enrichment should wear off. And if enrichment wears off, we should be back to normal values. We are back to normal values. Okay. So, thank you very much, Noob, for bringing that to my attention. I really, really, really do appreciate that. And now we're going to remove the icon from it. Remove by walking 1 step. And remove that Remove by walking 1 step. Okay. Now we can get back to what we were actually testing before, which is the Mimic. So let's see if we now have both Mimics moving and jumping around like they're supposed to. Yep, that works. Dark Breath. Very nice. Honestly, let's give him 1,000 HP each. Oh yeah, we learned Double Claw. I forgot about that one. Cool. Okay. So the Mimics I want to be a lot faster. We're going to give them 1,000 HP each. There's an unnecessary weight here. So, balloon icon on the player for anger. There we go. Okay. And then we have the Mimic fight. Very good. It stuns 2 party members immediately. Thatcher. Let's go with Ice Storm. Okay. Okay. And we are set. The Trial of Greed is now completely finished. So, with that out of the way, I'm actually going to go stock up on a few healing items. Ow. Ow. I'm actually going to go stock up on a few healing items. Just so this save is well equipped. Also, Boulder Shield. Everyone's equipment is pretty damn good. Okay, a couple little bits of sprite work I need to work on, but that's okay. We'll just make a quick stop at the item shop. We're going to get 2 more of those. 5 more of those. I'm grabbing... Yeah, I'm going in there with 60 bottles of Pepsi. Pepsi Grid still working like it's supposed to? Yes, it is. This is the out-of-place merchant. Oh, I should absolutely add an out-of-place merchant to the next area. Because the next room, I have already decided, is going to be a place where the player can rest and save. Cool. It's been a while since I was at the surface of the Lakia. Thank God I can just debug walk through everything. The sprite work here looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. This looks good. Trial of Hidden Danger. There's a sign in official-looking lettering tied to the stone. It reads, use of these changes for competitions and performance testing is hereby forbidden. Seriously, it was a very stupid idea to build these. Alright, so you would go over here, you would get that. Interacting with the boulder like normal doesn't do anything. I do want to put a treasure chest over there. That doesn't do anything. That's... Ow. That's fine. Okay. We got through that room okay. We got through that okay. If any of the rocks hit you, then you have to fight traprock.png. If you hit the rock, it just hurts you back. So what you have to do is just guard. Do absolutely nothing. And then you realize you can just walk away from rocks. Okay, good. And then here in the old ruins... Yeah, we're set. Okay. That's absolutely fantastic. I am ready to begin working on the next spot. So we're going to need a sword. We're going to have it be a very, very powerful sword. So, weapons... Crystal Blade. Attack is going to be 50. It's got a higher chance to hit. It's got a higher chance to crit. And let's see. I'll eventually add a special thing onto that, I think. We're going to set it to 0 so that you can never sell this. The regular attack animation is absolutely crazy. Okay. The magical sword of an ancient king of Wallachia. The magical sword of an ancient king of Wallachia. Renders incorporeal enemies vulnerable to attack. So it's going to deal Pepsi type damage. Sword of Kings. Okay. So I want to have a special thing here. If the state is removed, became tangible. So physical damage down to 0. Fire 10%. Ice 10%. Thunder 10%. Water 10%. Wind 10%. Light 10%. Darkness 10%. Anti-holy 10%. Gravity and drain. Drain 10%. Okay. So we're not going to have an icon for it. But it's going to be a condition called intangible. And using this sword can I have it like remove a state when it attacks? Okay. it will apply the state intangible remove. Which we are never able to see, but the sole function of this state is to remove the intangible effect. Okay. So the Sword of Kings applies intangible remove, which causes intangible to fall off. All right. Let's test this. Where's like a ghost? Or a phantom or a specter or something. Okay, here's a ghost. Okay, so this is going to be the ghost test. And at the start of battle, it applies the ghost test, the condition intangible. Okay. And then Elena, we will have her equipped with the Sword of Kings. So this thing should basically just take very, very little damage. Holy crap. Thatcher, try a fireball. Yeah, that is not much. Okay, but now if I attack it... Now it takes more damage. Okay, so intangible removal does work, but it will not give me the message when it leaves if it's removed from a resistance effect. There we go. Okay. Elena, attack. Ghost test became tangible. Alright, and then my attacks work on it. Okay. So I now have the ability to create intangible enemies. More or less. Whew. I'm coming up on the 4-hour mark for this. Honestly, I think I'm at a pretty good stopping point for the day. What I will do is get one more dungeon. Get like a general shape of one more dungeon open. So Okay, yeah, just like a general unpleasant background sound. I'm doing the Purple Wall Dungeon. Oh, that looks great. Okay, Demonic World. That could work. Lava 1. Ooh, that looks really good. Okay. And we're going to need our music for this area. Whoa! Oh god, that sounds utterly... That is a really unpleasant sound. I love it. False Hydra Layer 1. Oh my god, this is such an oppressive sound. Holy crap. Okay. Uh... Okay. This is actually a really freaky sound. Okay, so we're going to have like a small pool of water here. Which has water pouring into it. That actually reminds me. Whoops. Okay. The ruins level 1 also need a slight change here. Okay. Okay. So, gonna need a save point. Right there. Okay. Okay. This works. So now I need, like, a big wall that you crawl down in order to get in here. Okay. So we're just gonna have some irregular paths. That are going to lead here. Okay. And then we'll have a path that leads out. Okay. Put that here, put that here. Put that here, that there, this here. Okay. Okay. We're just gonna finish doing the basic map work on this. And then that's going to be it for today's stream. We're not going to do any of the extra frills and decoration today. We're just going to get it to the point where we can walk into this room and appreciate how it looks. Okay. Looks pretty good. Okay. That looks so damn good. Okay. And now we tint the screen a little bit. Okay. So you interact with this. You move down the ladder. Oh. Okay, I have some extra switches here that I do not need. We're going to have a few basic cutscenes as we go down. The first cutscene... The first cutscene will be when you reach this... When you reach the area. Ladder unlocked. Yes, seal open goes into the old ruins. That event is fine. That event is fine. Ruins 1, that's fine. Ruins 2, that one's fine. This one needs to be fixed. Ruins 3, that's fine. Okay. So this is going to trigger on Hydra Prep Cutscene 1. Hydra Prep Cutscene 2. Okay. That's fine. This way lets you leave the false Hydra layer facing up. Okay. I don't have issues like this with the Grim Furnace, do I? There's no way I do. But I should be certain. Okay, that's all fine. Good. Okay. Let's take a look. So we're here in the treasure room. We're able to head down. Why can't I walk there? Okay. Why can't you walk down there? Okay. It's because on this dungeon version, you can walk through empty blocks. Great. Let's try again. Oh my god, that sounds so intense. Okay. Okay. You know what? I think that's a good stopping place for today. The only other thing I am going to do is add one last chest over here. With some... No, not money. Let's actually give out, like, the really good stuff. Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper 1. You found a bottle of Dr. Pepper. Okay, that's it. That is going to be it for today's stream. We have finally reached the lair of the false Hydra. This is going to be a relatively short area. I mean, the amount of map work, the amount of mazes we have included into this already is nuts. Like, there'll be a couple floors, but they're not going to be anything, like, too crazy. We're really just trying to make it look good, you know? We just want it to really feel to feel intense, you know? Let's see. I know I have one thing somewhere that's like bubbling water or something. Yeah, basically that. We can just apply it. Stepping. This will be the last thing I do. I just want it to look like the water is sort of splashing in. Doesn't really do the effect very well. How about like this? I just want some bubbling water. Is that so much to ask? Okay, that's fine. Alright, so we're good. Please be sure to join me next week where we are going to be heading down into the lair of the Hydra. Finally, like the final dungeon of this act. It'll probably be like 3 or 4 levels, but they're all going to be pretty simple. They're not going to be loaded with events. They're not going to be loaded with tricks and traps. The enemies are going to be tough. There'll be a few events to design, but not really complicated ones. There's nothing here that I'm going to have to try to figure out. We'll intersperse it with a couple of cutscenes. One where we see the town guard assembling to head in. Another where we see Malter, or not Malter, where we see Mr. Bones command the undead army. We're going to find the sword that Elena left down here. We're going to get a quick tutorial against fighting intangible enemies, you know, ghosts and spiritual ones. Elena will get a sword that's able to stop them from doing that. And after that, realistically, we're probably going to spend an entire stream, probably a 3 or 4 hour long stream, designing the different phases for the boss fight against the Hydra. Like, this is going to be big. This is going to be the most complex, the most intricate boss fight that I have ever developed for anything. And I'm really looking forward to it. So thank you all so much for watching. We accomplished a lot today. Also, if you check the link in the description of this video, you can find a link to my itch.io page. There's a new project that I have uploaded over there. The Gotcha project is now in public release. It's still very early days. It's just an early demo, but it is playable. Dear God, I need to go eat something. All right, thank you all so very much. I will see you all in the next one, and it is time to make the noise to summon the end of the stream. Whoa, 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 whoa.